Alright, here I am. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a few more seconds. But yeah, we are back with more Kingdom Come Deliverance in the year 1403 CE of the historical timeline auto run. And yeah, we are back in Bohemia with Henry, who's always quite hungry. And we have just received our first horse in the game. So that's a pretty major milestone because we're going to be able to explore the map much easier now and much faster. So I'm looking forward to unlock the horse and go on our first little exploration tours without spending too much effort on the stamina factor. And yeah, see what or where the story is headed from Rattay. Hello there, Amita. Welcome in. Good day. Hello there, Mr. Cody. Greetings, Lord Oliver. And happy birthday to you. It's today, isn't it? The first time you're first. Yeah, it's a bit of a later start today, so maybe that's why. GG's on the first Amita. But yeah, I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Been having, a decent day. Definitely a pretty full week so far. So it's nice to just have a bit of time to game and, chillax today. It's a bot account you made for Twitch so you can be on several channels at the same time. To use for Oliver. Yeah, all the best to you. And I definitely hope you have a nice day. Hope the weather is playing along somewhat. Matching that energy. And yeah. Were you gonna see some family today or something? Or how are you gonna spend your birthday? Thank you, Amita. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? I hope everyone is having a good one. The way the soldiers spawned on the horses. Alright, yeah, we had reputation lost after we objective failed? What? Huh? Okay, that wasn't last time. That's a great start, isn't it? It's like objective failed. Okay, I guess it's in connection to the Rattay tourney then. I didn't participate because I didn't think we were good enough yet. But I guess I lost the chance to do it. Well, that is fine. They were kind of annoying me with that tourney either way. Like all the time the miller would say like, don't you wanna bet on the Rattay tourney? Like even when you're sleeping, he's like coming and asking you if you wanna like participate in some kind of way. Ah, very nice, Oliver. I hope you guys have a great time together. Oh yeah, Mita, that's good to hear. That's definitely nice, you know, having like so many days back to back off. Yeah, that's exactly how you set up on a horse. You just spawn like half a meter above it. Brace your boards. Because that shit's gonna hurt. I think last time they didn't like me wearing a helmet of the human. Which is kind of like the enemy faction in this game. At least I suspect that was why the guard, you know, wanted to pursue me. It's gonna be interesting if that's gonna be a recurring thing or if it's just happening once and then it's fine. Gonna see, I guess. Also a bit overloaded here, so I should definitely find a vendor before I go and mount my horse.
Greetings. What do you need?
I want to enroll in the tourney. Isn't it a bit too late for that?
What are the rules of the tournament? Is there anything I should watch out for?
Well, it's not a life or death struggle. We're not barbarians, after all. Anything in particular you'd like to know?
Is there anything else I need to know?
The tourney is for commoners, but that doesn't mean chivalrous behavior doesn't apply. Anyone who leaves the arena before the winner is announced forfeits the duel. If you strike an opponent who has yielded, you'll be disqualified too.
What kind of weapons are used in the tourney?
You can take your pick. In the first two duels, that is. If a third duel is needed to decide the matter, Sir Hanush chooses the weapons.
Thanks. That's all I need to know. I'd like to enroll in the big tournament.
You'll have to wait a few days until Sir Hanush announces another one. Come then, and I'll gladly sign you up.
Ah yeah, that's what it seemed like. You know, that it's like a recurring quest, because we already had a fail once, I think, where we didn't enroll in time. And now it failed another time, so it's kind of like a, you know, multiple chance type of quest.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity to explore some other places as well, with a horse now. But yeah, I gotta go to a vendor and lose some stuff first. Maybe also sell some of the stolen goods to the millers. Like right now we have a stolen CX equipped, but that's good to use, I guess. For some reason the bow wasn't equipped again. It's really weird, like sometimes the game just unequips stuff for me. And I don't know why. But yeah, maybe let's switch back to the brown felt hat. So people don't take too much of a, you know, dislike to us wearing the enemy faction. Looking alright, I guess. That could be worse. The helmet looks a bit, or the head looks a bit stupid with the chain. Like the Meokoif. But could be worse. Thief, you are filth. Yeah, definitely a good way to get some money early on. Just steal everything.
Good health to you, sir.
I need to go over those melodies again. I don't remember them too well.
Fair enough. They aren't simple, so listen. Of course. Remember it now?
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Remember it now?
Oh, this guy.
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Remember it now?
I still have trouble remembering.
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Remember it now?
I think I need to hear it one more time to be sure.
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Remember it now?
Yes, I'll remember.
So off you go, and let's hope you have better luck. The bird is due back soon. I shudder to think what he'll say if he finds out I lost his prized possessions.
Can you help me with training my dog?
Certainly.
It's Robin Hood. That's his war cry. That he's done. Okay, the question is, are we level 5 yet?
I'm interested in more advanced techniques.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
Sure.
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it'll cost you.
60. Yeah, like this early on, that's like too much of a commitment just to learn something about,
Maybe another time.
you know, training dogs.
Good luck to you.
But yeah, if you have enough money or like more, where it isn't like, you know, 2/3 of what I have or something, then I gladly do a lesson. For 30, I would have done it. Ain't that the truth? Sucks to be broke.
Good health to you, sir.
Do you know if there's anyone around here who could use my help?
Aye, there could be something for you. It might not be to your liking, though, on account of it's the executioner who's looking for someone. At least, that's what I've heard. Of course, folk here don't want to have anything to do with him. Only the more they avoid him, the more they gossip about him. Farewell. I'll be with you.
We have quite a bit of food here. Like, undermine that's like buying. Still, we have like a bit of food. But nothing that really goes bad anytime soon, so I can just keep it, I think. It's not buying anything else either.
Look what I've got for you. You'll love this.
Some hair meat for Matt.
Good boy. That's my boy.
The camera.
Wait here for me. Stay.
The dog will stay put until you come back for him. You can always call him by holding Y. He will then start walking with you The same as if you'd given him the command free. He's like, come back for me, please, Dad. But yeah, we're just beginning the training here, so I'm gonna call him already. He's not coming. Not obedient yet.
To heel, mutt.
There he goes. That's my boy.
There's the good doggy.
Yeah,
That's
who's a
my
good
boy.
dog? You know, it's so funny, like, in regards to dogs. Because Levi and I have a dog, of course, that we adopted, like, over 2 years ago now. And she was a rescue dog. And today she got across a person that had adopted the sibling of our dog. There's like 5 total of them. And they're like all across Germany, you know, basically adopted. And she ran across the person that had one of the siblings. Like, what are the chances? But yeah, to be fair, she lives like, you know, in our vicinity, but still like running across a person at the exact time. It's gotta be like 0.000 how many zeros 1% chance or something. Sometimes it definitely feels like the world is much smaller than it seems.
God be with you.
Germany's a tiny country after all. Yeah, I mean, considering how many people live in Germany, it's definitely not the biggest country in that regard.
God be with you.
Like, has a pretty high density of like people living spaces. Okay, I'm gonna sell the X, I think. Also the poor quality bows. The torch. Over here, the slippers, I guess. The cumin riding breeches. The helmet. The padded coif. This one. And yeah, the red scarf I can't sell. Because it's stolen. I think. Is it? No. No, just broken, right? The stolen symbol is another one. Yeah, we can just keep that, I think. Okay, let's haggle.
Let's talk about the price.
All right, so.
Alrighty, so you would give us 88. I want to have 92. Considering that many items, you know, to have like, you know, less than 1 groschen per item more, I think that's reasonable.
Satisfied?
That sounds pretty interesting. A little less, and I'll be satisfied.
That's not a little, that's quite a bit less extra than what I ask.
All right, so.
Yeah, 91. Oh yeah, that's quite a bit of groschen. At least here, you know, this early that we are. Okay, so the only thing I could really sell that's stolen is the CX, and that's the one I'm currently using as a weapon, so I think we don't even have to go to the miller. The only reason to go to the miller would be to check on Teresa again, if I can continue courtship, but it still seems that's something that has to wait a few more days. So I guess we could indeed mount. But before we go and get our horse, I want to check the database, the codex again. Because we're still reading up on society and we were almost caught up with everything. We found the gravedigger. The gravedigger took care of the graves and their surroundings, and the occupation was hereditary. The gravedigger would live in a hut in the cemetery itself, next to the main entrance. He did his work not only in the village where he lived, but in the surrounding villages of the parish. Gravediggers were among the pariahs on the margins of society. The only member of the general populace who came into contact with them was the parish priest. Tailor and draper. Until the 13th century, the tanners sold their wares for processing to sutras and cobblers. Cloth was made by weavers, but traded by drapers, who are also often cut and sold by the cubit, the length of the forearm. Only later, during the High Middle Ages, the tailor set to cut pieces into garments. Simple garments were sewn by women themselves for their families. It was an issue to make sure the garments were well sewn, since they were inherited and would often last for decades, with minor repairs. By the beginning of the 14th century, people in larger cities were paying ever more heed to fashion. A tailor would begin to specialize in only one kind of garment, hence we find coat makers, hosiers, hood makers, gantiers, hatters, and cape makers, and those who did alterations and repairs to old clothes. In a town the size of Rattay, the tailor had to turn his hand to general purpose work. Different times, where clothes actually lasted like forever. It didn't, just had like really poor work done. Or would just rip easy. The tanner was a craftsman who prepared and treated animal skins, after which he passed them on to cobblers, settlers, or other craftsmen for making footwear, garments, bags, wineskins, etc. It wasn't a pleasant job because the skin had to be quickly scraped of its fat and conserved to stop its going off, which was done by immersing in urine. In view of the unsavory smells produced by the trade, tanners settled on the outskirts of towns that belonged to the same revout group as executioners, knackers, and prostitutes. To turn hide into material for making shoes or clothing, after removal from the animal it must first be thoroughly soaked in water. Once softened, it is fleshed, the residue gore and membranes are scraped off, with a long dowel paring knife. In order to rid the hide of fur, it had to be soaked in lime water or rubbed with slaked lime, then scudded. It was then tanned using alum by a courier, with fish oil by the chemisier, or with tannins dealt with by the tanner, from oak, beech, or other tree bark. During this whole lengthy process, the hide softened, was stopped from decomposing, and optionally turned into different color. At the end of the process, the hides were submerged for a few weeks in vats or pits full of urine. The leather thus produced was then dried and could be surface treated, painted, or polished. I just had to think of AC Unity, because there's like also some kind of like tanner houses that you visit, and they also look quite disgusting. Like the smell you have to imagine there. And was one especially, which was a bit of a mystery, might have been a murder mystery or like some other mission, where they used human skin for leather, and they made like books out of it or something. but just added another layer of disgust on top. But also had to think of Stronghold, you know, the real-time strategy games that we played. Because building the Tanner inside the, you know, city isn't really that beneficial. Like, you usually want to build it outside, right next to the, you know, like cow farms. Because then you have like a shorter way between the cows and the Tanner. And I'm not sure if that's like an additional reason why it's, you know, attractive to build it like that, but I did some decent amount of historical research with strongholds, so maybe, you know, it was another thing they considered. Run, go, get to the kingdom. I'm working. Sounds good, Dr. Darling. I hope that's going well for you today. And yeah, hope you're having a nice day so far. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, Oliver. I can't, you know, mimic that, but I have like Rod's voice in my mind when you arrive at when he's doing his Arnie impression. Taverns, inns, and innkeepers. The Czech word for tavern, hospoda, may originate from the Latin hospice, guest, hospitium, hospitality, shelter, or the more likely etymology is from the Old Slavonic gospod, gospodia, the master of a house. Alehouses were an integral part of all medieval villages. Originally, beer was drawn in what was called the Mass House, an area on the ground floor of a townhouse whose owner had brewing rights, while special purpose taverns and inns came along later. These served as places for social events, meetings, trading, and lodging. Some inns had rooms for overnight guests and special stayboats and spaces for carriages. These were called wagoners' inns and were located out of town at crossroads and along trade routes. The seating was more often outdoors than indoors. It was said by Wenceslas IV that he was fond of visiting taverns and alehouses to eavesdrop on what the locals had to say about him, and to check that the owners were complying with his edicts. In the Middle Ages, no one took exception to alcohol. The Germans, Russians, and Czechs in particular were Europe's favorite drinkers. There was a formal curfew at dusk, or when the night watchman began his rounds, although drinking and feasting often went on until the early morning hours. In Kingdom Come, we have tried to keep the image of medieval taverns faithful to surviving records. It's like, it's confirmed they drank a lot. Well, let's put that in the game. It's historically accurate. Exactly, Oliver. When Arnie lets go of his Rod impression. He does a very good job at pretending to be, you know, Australian instead of Austrian. The town garrison. Maintaining law and order in the medieval town was the job of the bailiff. From the 14th century onward, the function was taken over by the catchpo, then night watchmen and guards on towers. The catchpo, along with the bailiff, the executioner or the henchman, also carried out the punishment of transgressors. They were not, however, allowed to enter freehold dwellings, the palaces and houses of the nobility, the ruling class, nor church buildings or the university, a fact students took advantage of. Order within the city also had to be upheld by the townsfolk themselves. They were obligated to report not only any crime, but just like the night watchman, to call out the hours and warn of fire, flood, or tempest. For safety, it was forbidden to wander at night with any open flame, torch, or candle into any castle, chambers, stables, barns, or byres. Only lanterns could be used. To keep the peace at night, all taverns had to be shut at sunset. In the medieval city, military service was entrusted to either hired professionals, or the townspeople themselves. Every healthy adult male had to serve at least a few days in the year in the civic guard, the city wards being divided and allocated in sections to each district or trade, and it was here that they mustered whenever an alarm was raised. In practice, the wealthy burghers bought their way out of serving in the militia, leaving other men to take their turn, and these poorer men welcomed the extra income, thus gradually forming a professional municipal gendarmerie. Each man had to procure the armor and weapons needed for serving in the guards and the militia, unless his guild did so. Only the rich cities could afford to have a public issue armory. The right to bear arms outside of duty was reserved for townsmen of sufficient means. Within the city walls, a simple melee weapon, dagger or knife had to suffice. Only the really wealthy townsmen wore swords, taken after the nobility. So basically, if you were poor and you got conscripted, then you were kind of like fucked. Makes you wonder if you could go to like battlefields and just steal some swords. The wine grower. In Bohemia, wine growing began to spread from the 10th century onwards, due especially to liturgical reasons. Between the 11th and 13th centuries, vineyards were mainly for monasteries and the nobility, generally in similar places to where we find wine grown today, mainly in South Moravia. Due to the more favorable climatic conditions, vineyards could, for a period thrive even in Bohemia, but later, after a global cooling period, they died off again. Taking care of vines kept vintners occupied all year round, the vintage harvest taking place from October to November, depending on the weather. Wine tended to be grown in places unsuitable for the cultivation of other plants, such as on rocky south-facing slopes. It could take 3 to 4 years to establish a vineyard, and it would be good for 30 to 40 years. The grapes were harvested and put into vats, where they were crushed by treating. White grapes were pressed immediately after crushing, and the juice kept in wooden barrels, tarred and sanitized with sulfur, where the wine was left to ferment. Red grapes were crushed, the seeds removed and left to ferment in open vats, stirred regularly. This produced what is termed the mash, and after a few days, this was pressed and the juice poured into barrels. King Charles IV was a great wine lover who imported grapevines from France together with wine growing know-how and granted numerous privileges to vintners. And there we go. That's all the society entries so far we have read in the game. And it's more than half of what are in the game, you know. And we're definitely not halfway through the game ourselves, so the rest of the playthrough is gonna have much less of the society entries. We still have a few general ones, but we're gonna read up on this at a later point. But similar there, you can see we have 68 out of 102, and we have almost read all of them. There's only like, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 entries. And then we're fully caught up with all the entries in the game so far. Only took us like 5 streams. But hey, we did it. There's supposed to be an activity giver inside this house here. Is it him? Is it you?
God be with you.
How does life in Rat Eye suit you?
It'd be fine if we didn't have to sleep in hovels and beg for alms. And the bailiff is always on our backs, the bastard. But what can we do? We've got nowhere else to go.
Did you find out what actually happened?
What do I know? The lords are at each other's throats, but it's us that has to suffer for it. Same as always. I reckon they was after the silver mines, wasn't they?
How are you coping?
As well as we can, Henry. You can be glad Sir Radzig took you into his service. I hear you even go hunting with Lord Capon.
I've been once. And I don't think it'll be happening again anytime soon.
Ah, it's a shame. Because I was going to ask a favor of you. I'm sure you know there's a lot of hungry mouths here, so I thought you might be able to help.
I would help, but I can't feed, you know, all of you.
I don't know. I'm not such a great hunter that I could feed all the refugees.
No, that's not what I meant. It's the townspeople here who have a taste for game. They want to live like the nobility, see? A few of the burghers have been to see me already, to ask if we'd try our luck in the woods. They promised us supplies in exchange. Flour, lard, eggs, and the like. But we can't afford to take the risk of poaching. We're barely tolerated as it is. If one of ours got caught in the woods, they'd hang him from the nearest tree. But I was thinking, you're in Sir Radzig's garrison, and you go hunting with Sir Hans. You could help us.
Yeah, that's not allowed. You know, you can't hunt anything bigger than hares. I mean, I can hunt hares for you, but I can't just poach some deers, you know. Plus, it's kind of like stupid when you think about the, you know, like, if you want to have, you know, forests that will be rich with, you know, deer for the future, but you don't just hunt everything down. Otherwise, there's no, like, you know, deer anymore after a while. I mean, that's, of course, probably not gonna matter for this game. I don't think it's gonna take it that realistic. But who knows? It's, of course, not right that only the nobility gets to enjoy that type of, you know, meat. That's like another matter entirely, but I'm not gonna, like, poach, unless I have a good reason.
Sorry, but I've already gotten myself into quite enough trouble. I don't need any more.
I see. All right, I don't want to pressure you into anything, but stop by if you change your mind. You know where to find me.
Good luck to you.
It's a bit annoying, that's the only way to do this mission. You know, that you actually have to poach. I should give you, like, an honorable way to do this. You know, to get, like, for example, hunt, like, a lot of hares. You know, why not? But, of course, I want, like, specifically the meat that the nobility has, so it does make sense in that regard. But, yeah, not gonna do this. Hello there, Ogorki. Welcome in.
That'll make you cry and garlic that'll keep evil spirits at bay.
I can pick... Ah, that's like one of the pickpocket opportunities. I kind of forgot how the mechanics work. Maybe let's have another look at the tutorial page here. Okay, so you have to sneak up, unnoticed, and then by holding A, begin pickpocketing. Once you've got your hands inside your victim's purse, you have to grope around inside by holding A. So you gotta just hold A. I mean, it's sort of a move, so that makes it easier. Once you decide you search long enough, you can choose from what you found with D-pad left and right. Each person has his own inventory, which you will gradually reveal using A, and the most valuable items are usually at the very bottom. I should really have like videos that show you this how it works, because I've only done it once so far. And the chance of me failing this are probably quite high. But I'm just gonna take this as like a training opportunity here. I'm gonna have a save. Because of where I can reload. I'm not gonna do it for like, you know, major choices or something. I'm gonna live with my choices in this game. But, you know, like I don't wanna like be punished just for not knowing exactly what I'm supposed to do here. You know, especially since we already had plenty of that happening. So, let's see.
Baked goods fresh from the oven. Come and get them.
Okay, was successful, but I didn't actually get anything, did I? Okay, we gotta like do it for longer. At least he doesn't notice.
You'll find it nowhere else.
I have no idea. Was that what I needed? I have no idea. Trunk keys. That's what we got, isn't it? Let's have a quick look at the mission log again. Ah, still 50 groschen. Okay, so I gotta get the money then. That should be it.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Hey, you! Don't move a muscle. Surrender. You'll have to answer.
Now I've been seen. Okay then. In that case, I'm just gonna reload.
Shit! Hey, a pickpocket! You!
One second, guys. Okay. But yeah, I was like really lucky earlier, didn't I? Like I had 3 or 4 tries successfully of like pickpocketing and no one saw me. Now all of a sudden they do. Well, I'm gonna try to time it right then. You know, have like no one directly look into our direction if possible.
Bread, fresh bread. Rolls,
So maybe now.
Hey, you!
What?
Where are you putting your
Hey,
sticky
you!
finger?
Don't move a muscle.
I swear. How was I so lucky before that I had like so many chances of like getting it done and they didn't spot me. Yeah, I really gotta time it perfectly. So maybe now.
Have a look at these cucumbers. They'll stay firm all winter. Buy them before someone else does.
Jesus. I have no idea where that money is supposed to be. Like, how much further? There's also like so many people running past here. Would probably be much easier to do this at night, I guess.
And asparagus. Come right up. No need to be shy.
For I know a remedy. It will cost you a mere trifle, only half a groschen, and you'll have peace.
Well,
I feel like maybe my pickpocketing skill could also be better for us to be easier, you know? Yeah, I wonder. Are like any skills I can upgrade right now? Yeah, I mean pickpocketing is at level 1 here. Yeah, those are gonna really help. So maybe I have to wait until later, but I wanna give it another try. Hello there, Lucinda. Welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're having a good one so far. And yeah, it's going pretty good. We almost fully caught up now with the codex entries. Ada. Yeah, so we're almost caught up with the codex entries. Only 3 left at this point. So that's really good, you know, because also like most of the codex entries in the game now. So the rest of the playthrough is gonna have definitely them like more spread out in comparison. And yeah, add a new setup for Henry here. Bit of visual change. And last time we unlocked our horse, so we're just about to mount up and yeah, get on the horse. I was just trying right now to pickpocket someone because one of the mission requires me to pickpocket 50 groschen of like a guard. But at this point, like at my pickpocketing level, it's quite difficult, it seems. But also not for anyone to notice it, so I've been using it a bit of a training opportunity here and just like reloading until I'm successful. But yeah, going pretty good. Yeah, some of my armor is definitely not in the best shape at this point. It's fine. But just an extra difficulty level, you know? Who needs fully functioning clothes anyway when you're like in battle? Am I right? But yeah, thank you also so much again for the resub, and I really appreciate it. Drunkenness. Is that actually active right now? Why am I drunk? The citizens don't really like me in Rete. The soldiers like me the best. That's surprising.
Bread, rolls and pretzels.
Garlic, carrots, beetroot, onions. All that grows in the ground. Fresh. Come right up.
I swear. I have no idea where that fucking money is supposed to be. I guess further down, right? So I'm just gonna not review anything until I'm like pretty far down.
Cabbage!
Baked goods fresh from the oven. Come and get
Green
them.
cabbage! Get it before it goes brown.
where's that money? Are you kidding me? Like, it's this guard, right, that is supposed to have the money? Quest giver. But I tried talking to him and the only option I had is like pickpocketing. Like I first went to him like seeing if I could talk to him. But as you can see, like there's only the pickpocketing option, so I assumed he must be the guard that I have to pickpocket from. And I would reckon so, right? Maybe quest give us the same symbol as like, you know, it's the guy you have to pickpocket from. But it's kinda irritating. Is he upstairs in the building? Imagine. I mean, maybe, yeah. It's just a bit ironic because he really is like matching exactly the position of a compass. But yeah, maybe there's like someone directly above him. It could be. Could be worth checking. But it would be kind of funny if it was actually the case. I've been like trying to do the wrong person. I think it might actually be that. He's so sneaky. I would also explain why it's been so difficult not to get noticed by citizens. That's bay leaf, right? Hold up, let me check again what it says exactly. Yeah, steal 50 groschen from Pastera the guard, so it's definitely not... Like, it's probably the guy down where we have to steal it from. I just haven't unlocked the right slot yet, I guess, which actually holds the money. Unless I have to steal items worth 50? You know, but to me it seemed like I have to actually steal like groschen and not like items. Yeah, definitely seems like it's separate then. But yeah, it was kind of funny that it matched exactly the position of a guard. And, you know, I was like thinking, you know, it's like the same. But yeah, it turns out it isn't. But it was a good training opportunity, I guess. I'm doing quite well, thank you for asking, Mr. Godi. How are you doing today? Yeah, still successfully pickpocketed, so I guess it was kind of worth it. But yeah, it's this location we have to go to. Good to know. In that case, hello, Bailiff. I was just sneaking up on you.
Good day to you.
Makes me wonder, though, if I would steal from him, if he would notice. And also, he probably has some really good items on him. And it's like the perfect opportunity because no one is looking. I just probably shouldn't reveal that to him. Whatever I have stolen.
You look like you've got a lot on your plate, Master Bailiff. Is work keeping you busy?
Busy? I've had so many visitors I wouldn't wonder if the door fell off its hinges.
What's going on?
I've been given the task of putting some of the Scarlet's refugees to work. It's not that there's a shortage of jobs, the problem's sharing them out fairly.
I understand. Everyone has mouths to feed.
The worst part is they won't tell you who really needs a job the most, but you might be able to help, Henry.
How?
They're like to be more honest with you, so you can find out who's in the most need. And you can decide for yourself who'll do what. Will you help?
If you need help, I'll do whatever I can.
You're a godsend. I'm sure it won't take too long. You know how the refugees are getting on, don't you? But ask around if you need to find out more.
What kind of work are we talking about?
Well, old Hagen is looking for a cook, and we need 5 carriers.
A cook and 5 water carriers. That sounds simple enough. Is there a problem?
A little. We need 3 water carriers, but the other 2 will have to carry, begging your pardon, shit. Or as the Pope would say, excrement.
As the Pope would say. Wow, that sounds like a great job.
Is there anyone who can tell me more about it?
Yes, the merchant Conrad Hagen is the one looking for a cook, so you can talk to him. And young Alex will know which of the Skalitz folk are best suited to the job.
How come that's such a cause for concern?
For one thing, they're afraid of me, and I can't get a straight answer out of any of them. So how the hell am I supposed to make the right choice?
Oh, they're desperate. You can't blame them.
I don't, but I might end up picking some good-for-nothing who'll just booze his wages away.
Can you tell me anything more about the cook?
You'll have to ask Hagen yourself. I couldn't get a straightforward answer out of him. Maybe he's changed his mind.
What do I need to know about the water carriers?
We need 3. Right now, some of the burgers' hands are doing the job.
And they need to go all the way down to the river for water.
Of course, where else would they get it? Gallows Hill? It's not an easy job, but someone has to do it.
What can you tell me about the other carriers?
It's dirty, but it's a job that needs to be done. There'll be more than enough work for them. Some places are overflowing.
Sounds disgusting. Why would anyone want the job?
If all else fails, I'll pay 2 groschen for every 1 I pay the water carriers. That might convince someone.
That's too generous. 2 groschen.
That's all I need to know.
Good luck, then.
May the Lord watch over you.
Okay, so the game's saved here, right? It sure did. So I want to actually see what happens if I try to steal from him. Because there's like no one to notice here. And he's pretty rich. Oh, okay, so we don't have that much time here to try to steal from him. Not quite as much as we have with a guard, at least. It's more like 5 seconds. What the? It was still green. It was even less than last time. He's normally just sitting there all day, every day. Would definitely be a good opportunity to come back and try to steal from him every now and then. Hello there, Esni. Welcome in. Bombardino Crocodilo. That's my name. Okay, let's wait 4 seconds. Hey, we stole something, but definitely not enough seconds to steal anything else here. It was just like a torch, was it? Damn, crazy. That's worth 2 groschen. I can sell it to the miller. Ah yeah, there's also a human ear I cut off. Which is worth 6 groschen for Sir Robert. Don't ask me why he's actually stealing or collecting ears. He's a bit of a nutter, I think.
Baked goods fresh from the oven. Come and get them.
Okay, so I would like to try to actually steal the 50 groschen now and find the dude that has it. So, can I untrack this? Yeah. Ah, yeah. Interesting. So that's how it works then. So you have like only 3 quests you can track and they will be marked with different colors then. I see. We could also try to fight Milan again. There's still like quite a few things we could do before heading out with a horse, to be honest. There's also something I can steal here. That's further away, so more for later. But yeah, I would like to do the quests at least that are in the Rattay area for now, before we actually head out. So let's go ahead and try to steal the 50 caution. Not the Italian brain rot. That's the first time I hear that phrase. Okay, that's the guard. Now to loot from this dude without anyone noticing. It's gonna be a bit tricky, I think. Fuck, there was some money. Didn't have enough time.
What the hell? Watch out!
Fuck. I didn't have a save either. Well, I guess I gotta go back here then. Which means I also didn't successfully steal from this dude, but to be fair, it was only a torch, so that doesn't really matter. I haven't seen that video, no. I don't watch a lot of brain rot content. So that's the first time I heard of that one. So now he's at a totally different place, is he?
What the?
So I gotta find the right spot here. We'll have another save here. Maybe here? No, there's another dude watching. He's like, why are you following me? Stop it. Yeah, way too many citizens here watching. It will probably be a lot easier at night, to be fair. I kinda just wanted to get this done. Maybe now. Oh, what? Yeah. Of course, he had to turn around at that moment. Fucking hell. This fucker. Maybe I should really wait until later and focus on another quest like kicking Milan's ass. Again. So Milan's quest was the green symbol, I believe. Yeah. It's not showing anywhere. You can fight with Milan again, so maybe like at a much later point then. Because I'm not seeing it on the map anywhere. Yeah, maybe that's another quest that has to wait. Yeah, this game, I feel like when you're getting first into it is a bit confusing, like with the symbols and when you can do certain stuff. But it's gonna be something you have to work yourself into, I guess, like how these things work. But yeah, the UI is definitely something to get used to, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm just gonna treat this mission also as something I have to do later then. We could track this instead of the, you know, punch me quest, because it's rather close by. We could try to invade a camp and kill our first camp leader. Oh yeah, there's also some people here we can talk to. So we could do that one for now.
Who's there? Answer me.
Pleasure as always. God be with you.
The bailiff sent me. He said you're looking for a cook.
That's right. I'm searching for a good cook, but I've said all that to our esteemed bailiff.
Well, I offered the bailiff my help because I know the Skalitz folk.
Ah, I see. Well, ask away then.
Do you have any particular requirements for the new cook?
Well, it would be an advantage if she knew how to cook.
Well, yes, but the bailiff said you had other conditions.
Well, I want a woman who's capable of looking after the house when I'm away on business.
Young? Nimble?
What for? I want her to impress people with her food, not her face.
I understand. Sorry.
Okay then, Henry. It's like, yeah, that's what we're really interested in, right?
I also heard there are vacant carrier jobs.
Yes, yes. I'm surprised it hasn't occurred to anyone sooner. It will certainly benefit the city if the burghers don't have to send their own servants.
It will benefit my people as well.
Of course, it goes without saying.
I also heard that you need workers to carry, to empty latrines.
It's not dignified to talk of such manners. That's not a concern for decent people.
But I need to know...
Enough. I won't have such talk in my home. Take care now.
Take care now. So I guess if I find some Skalitz refugees, we could, you know, talk to them and ask if they're interested in any of the jobs. Or capable of cooking, for instance.
Jesus Christ be praised.
It was the most like low-key, depressing sounding Jesus Christ be praised. I refuse to talk about toilets in my home. Not under my own roof.
I'd like to ask about our former neighbours. There are jobs here for some of them, and I have to pick people.
The bailiff told me about it. He still wants our people to do the knacker's job?
What of it? It will benefit everyone.
Not everyone. There's not enough work for everyone, and no one wants to do the knacker's job.
But having a job could save someone's life.
Water carrying, maybe. But if they have to do a job that's not fit for a decent person, only for the knacker or the executioner's servant?
So you think there's no point in it? That it's better to beg than have a job, even if it is hauling shit?
You forget that that's a job for the knacker's hired hand, not for displaced people. When we return to Skillets, they'll never be able to rid themselves of the stink.
To be honest, I would have to agree with the dude, at least after what we've read in the Codex, you know. Because it really was like that, you know, once you started doing certain jobs or occupations, you were like almost like treated like an outcast of society. Like it wasn't really decent to interact with you. Like if your work required you to stink a lot, you know, or be like around disgusting conditions, then you wouldn't really be allowed to live with the other people or even participate in society's events. And even, you know, a job like the executioner, you know, they were not really allowed to interact with society the same way as others. So if they start hauling shit here, then they might just, you know, get looked that way, you know, for the foreseeable future. So probably better for them to get some, you know, more decent jobs.
I'm also looking for a cook. Do you know of a good cook who's looking for work?
Well, there's Agnes. I've heard she can cook better than anyone. Only...
Well, what's the problem? Did something happen to her?
No, it's just that I haven't seen her around here for ages. I believe she's cooking for the local parish priest and living at the presbytery. So I don't think she's in need of work.
Unless she wants to leave the church.
So, do you know who's most in need of some coin and is fit for hard work?
Everyone's in need of coin, but not everyone is fit for such work.
But who should I talk to then? Where will I find them?
I'll talk to them myself and send them to meet you in front of the rat house, so they'll all be in one place. It'll take me a while, though.
Thanks. I'll go.
Take care now.
Okay, so that's another quest we can wait. Ah yeah, and that's still the church. We can also investigate here.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock. Hello there, Arnie. I mean, Rod. Hello there, Sunny. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And, yeah, how was your stream? How did Red Dead 2 go? With a low honor, John? Welcome back, Lucinda. Hello there, Cody. Welcome in, dude. And welcome back as well to your Mita. Welcome back, Oliver. And yeah, the game is going quite well. We are almost fully caught up with the codex, like the database of this game. Read all the entries now in the Society tab. And we only have like 3 more in the General tab that we recently unlocked, so we are pretty much caught up with the entire codex. Which is more than like half of the entire codex in the entire game. So the rest of the game is gonna have much less of, you know, like continuous information like that. So it feels good to have been caught up with that. And yeah, we also unlocked a horse now, which we still have to retrieve. But that's gonna really help, you know, just explore the game map a bit faster. And yeah, now I'm just running around and kind of catching up with a side quest in the general area that we currently are. But yeah, it's going pretty good. Haven't seen you in minutes. Indeed, Amita, long time no see. It feels like it's been weeks. Until you broke the game, it was going well. You were doing the mission where John and Abigail go to Blackwater to get a photo and John can propose to Abigail. Ah, that's such a great mission, dude. I love that they included it into Red Dead 2, you know, because you don't get that many like sweet moments necessarily, you know, in Red Dead 1. Or even Red Dead 2 up until that point, you know. Between them, because the situation just never really allows too much for that. But that whole mission, you know, in the proposal is just, yeah. Such a great way, you know, to really showcase how much, you know, these two love each other. But yeah, I really like that they included it into the epilogue. But yeah, that really sucks with the breaking the game though. So what happened? Did the stream and game just crash together? And yeah, it definitely is. You know, was like 68 entries for general out of 102. So well more than, you know, half of the entire, you know, entries in the game. There's only like 15 entries for locations, so that one won't take too long to cover. There's 8 events and we have read 6 of them. 43 society entries and we have read 26, so more than half that too. And I guess, you know, character entry is gonna be definitely the main thing we're gonna read up on for the rest of the game, which makes sense because we haven't played that much of the main story yet and there's still many characters and factions we have to interact with. But yeah, definitely, you know, well caught up. And it was really good. I like the way it was written. It was very informative and really gives you insight into the time. But I still think, you know, they could have structured it better, kind of like spread it out more across the game rather than throw like dozens at you at the start of the game. But yeah, I really like the inclusion. I love when games have it that are, you know, historically focused. Also, give me just 1 second. Alright, I'm back. But that's true, and it's such a great part of the story and helps flesh out things more when you play Red Dead 1. It really does. Yeah, just such a great way the epilogue connects to the first game. It's gonna be really cool, you know, for the historical run to kind of like play it in that order again. Because the first time I played the games, I played Red Dead 1 first and then 2. But then when I replayed the games, I've done it the other way around. And yeah, I like both ways. I think that's a great thing about those, you know, that you can play it either way and it still works out so good. Yeah, Lucinda. Levy just came back from a doggo walk. So it's really funny we're just talking about it because today was a really big coincidence because Levy on a doggo walk met another person that had adopted a sibling of our dog. And it's not that likely because even though they live like relatively close by, like they don't live in the same city or whatever, and they would like walk across each other and you know, the other dogs are kind of like spread around, you know, the entire Germany basically. And that was like really, really funny. Coincidence to kind of like, you know, meet because they were already in contact with the previous owner of our dog, you know, that we adopted the dog from. And we didn't really keep contact with the other siblings owners because we didn't really care all that much about it, you know. But yeah, actually meeting someone in person, you know, was definitely a big coincidence. But also, it was a bit weird because it seems like all the owners of the different dog siblings have like different data about when they were born and from where they were, you know. Like for instance, we were under the impression that our dog is going to be 4 in like August this year. But another dog that is a sibling of hers supposed to be almost like a 1 year older or something. And also like from another place, even though it's clear, like, you know, the dog is pretty unique because of the gene pool that they have, which is kind of like a mix of all different kinds of breeds, and that's why the dog looks very unique. And, you know, having a same dog that looks exactly the same, you know, it's kind of like unlikely. So yeah, it's kind of like weird that they kind of like messed up at the adoption place. Like it's kind of like a, how do you say? Well, like kind of like a shelter, but more like organized, I guess, and looking out for like, you know, saving animals, I guess, like beyond locally, I guess. It was really weird that they all had like different data on, you know, how old the dogs were and where they came from. Like we were under the impression that our dog was, say, from Italy, Sardinia. But they also had like different information, so it's kind of like a bit sketchy feeling with, you know, where the dogs initially came from. So yeah, maybe we're gonna connect a bit more and kind of like see if we can find out more about it. Rotua being silly, running over and through things, antagonizing people, running them over, and the preventive part where it got into the photo place to trigger. Could go inside everything, but nothing happens, so you had to restart the mission. On the third attempt, you just went over a fence, but it still bugged the game out. You then went to skip the checkpoint, but it got stuck on the loading screen, so just decided to end it there. That's really unfortunate. But yeah, that's really weird. I guess it's just coming with the territory of playing a psycho, you know, John. It tried all kinds of things and it just ends up creating situations the, you know, developers didn't really anticipate. And glitching off the game. It's unfortunate you couldn't even, you know, finish the mission there. Thank you, Cody, for welcome back. Thank you, Rog, as well. Yeah, looking forward to play them again in that order for sure. Then the next time I'll probably play them the other order again. Red Dead 1 and then the second first. Yeah, really, you know, Makes you feel like the world is a lot smaller sometimes than it seems like. That's not very Lucinda. Thank you for the work, Lurk. I hope it's going well. Hope you have a good start into it. And yeah, I'll catch you later. And thank you also for giving a shout out to Lucinda as well, Rod. So yeah, Lucinda's currently playing The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, which just recently hit Steam and like PC as a platform. And she's doing like a deep narrative focus with that game. And she's also been giving away a copy of The Last of Us Part 2 for the release. And she's also going to give away another copy at the end of the playthrough, which is going to be another few weeks from now still. It does cost a hefty amount of channel points, so if you're new to the channel, probably can't participate. But if you are regular and you have amassed a couple points, then there's definitely a good chance you could also participate in that. But yeah, great channel and really good content. So definitely check out Lucinda if you haven't yet. They don't like it if you do anything except just right there. It's like you gotta do it this way. There's no liberty allowed. Yeah, to be fair, lots of Rockstar games definitely feel like a bit more on the rails and like, you know, linear in some ways. But that's of course also for a purpose of being very cinematic and having certain events happen at certain times, but yeah. You can't always approach the missions in the, you know, not same way. And that's a very sort of a shout out to Cinder. Okay, so we are just going to the church here because there's supposed to be a cook called Agnes. And we need to get a cook for a job. So kind of like hoping that she might has enough of the church, you know, lifestyle and wants to do something else with her life. There she is.
Make it quick though. I don't care much for your scent.
Okay then.
Are you Agnes, who works at St. James?
I am. Or I did. Before those devils rolled in and burnt down Skalitz. Why do you ask?
I'm looking for a good cook and housekeeper, and everyone I asked sent me to you.
I've been blessed by God.
So it seems. Anyway, the local merchant wants someone who can cook food fit for nobility and take care of his household.
Well, Father Francis was very fond of good food, but I can't just go serve someone else.
Merchant Hagen isn't just anybody.
I've heard of him, that he's a good Catholic.
Really? Well, yeah, sure he is.
Truly. People still talk about the lovely service he arranged for his wife's funeral.
So you wouldn't mind being his housekeeper?
Well, I don't know. What will Father Francis do?
He doesn't need a housekeeper anymore. Hello there, Kazu. Welcome in. Oh yeah, always. How's it going, Kazu? I don't care much for your scent. I don't care much for your face, but here we are. Yeah. Perfect comeback there. And well deserved.
Where's Father Francis now?
I don't know. The last time I saw him, he was going to confession in Sasau. But that was before all these terrible things happened. I've heard no word of him since then.
Does he go to Sasau often? Where does he stay when he's there?
Not so often. About once a month. He always used to stay in the inn near the monastery, so he wouldn't have far to go.
I'll ask around about what happened to Father Francis. I'll let you know.
Take care.
He's probably in an ale house and just getting like wasted. Okay, that's quite far away. So that's another quest we could do at a later point once we get outside the vicinity of Rete. Okay, then. I guess we could do some lockpicking here. There's still a ring we have to take from the bathhouse madam's treasure chest.
Oh, be merciful. What am I to do?
That's a cool detail, you know, when they go that way with the audio design to actually make it sound different depending where you are. Kinda wish more games would do that. It's also cool when you have like headgear on, like a helmet or something, and it changes the way you sound.
Asparagus that'll cut you in half, and cucumbers that'll cure what ails you.
It's something I kinda liked in AC Origins, you know, when you had like a hood on or like a face mask, it also like muffled the voice of Bayek. Yeah, definitely raises the immersion factor. Whatever gets you like closer to what the characters are experiencing in the game. Also hope you enjoy your food, Kazu. Alright, so that's the place. Of course, can't see us stealing here. Wonder if this is considered to be a private area? Not really. Oh, hello there. Don't mind me. Okay, that's a private area.
Hey, is someone there?
Oh. You don't mind me, do you? She actually doesn't. Is it because I'm...
Answer me.
What? You're telling me she didn't actually see me? What? It's just like Oblivion or Skyrim stove or something.
That's odd. Nothing here.
So she's going to go back. Can I steal now? Yeah, let's try. It's a hard lockpick though, is it? What about this chest? This is easy. Okay.
Jesus, I see a thief! God, come here quick! There's a thief over there!
Is that... Oh yeah, that's a ring. I'm just gonna see everything. I'm already, you know... already been kept, exposed, so... might as well run. I'm not sure how long that's gonna hold, like my reputation as a thief. But for now I'm just gonna run. When it's called in the game to add extra immersion, make sure to not use a heater or wear warm clothing. That reminds me in Red Dead 2 with a bug where they say that you have like way too warm clothing on or something. Even though you're just like wearing like a, you know, button-up shirt or something. But yeah, for the extra immersion also match, you know, how cold or warm it is in the game. Stealth level 100. It's like once you have a stealth stat of 100, they can't see you anymore, you're basically invisible. Hello there, Kisu, welcome in. Has mixed it up, made Gara low precision today. Hope you well and enjoying the game. Thank you, I am Kisu. Yeah, having a nice day so far. Playing some more Kingdom Come. We're still super early into the game, it feels like, even though it's our 6th session already. I've also been, you know, taking it pretty slow and just reading a lot and the likes. But yeah, enjoying the game. How was the rest of your stream with Bloodborne? Does Henry know that horses exist? He does. We actually received our first horse last time, but we haven't, like we didn't go to it yet to actually use it because I was afraid it might trigger the next like main story threshold. And there's still like a few side quests I want to catch up on. But yeah, we have a horse now. Just gotta go and actually take care of it. There goes the immersion. Yeah, I have no idea how they spotted me so quick either. And vice versa, you know, didn't spot me first and then spotted me like through the walls or something. But I think the whole lockpicking does also make a noise, so that probably didn't help. Ah, gotcha rod. Well, that's interesting, but they don't make a comment anymore. It's definitely one of those things, you know, when you have a game that's as immersive as Red Dead 2, you know, something like that can really like break it temporarily. It's like, it's actually appropriate. The stream was fun, thank you. Vampire's a lot bigger than you expected. Lots of wonderful details and fun mechanics. Look forward to seeing me play through it when I get to 1918. For sure. I'm looking forward to play it as well. It's been like in my library for 4 years or so, I think, at this point. But now I have the perfect opportunity to get to check it out. But yeah, it seems quite large. You know, definitely seems like a really lengthy game, especially with the amount of like dialogues. So I guess it's definitely something to brace for. But the dialogues also seem like decently written, so I hope the kind of like, you know, choices also have like a noticeable impact.
Hey, I'm glad to see you.
I have that ring for you.
Excellent. They'll be hopping mad at the baths once they find out. Here's your reward, and don't turn it all into drink.
150 Groschen. Oh yeah. So... wanna sell some stolen goods.
Got some goods here whose owners might miss them.
All right. Let's see what we can do about that.
Because if I don't have any of the stolen goods on me, then, you know, I don't have anything to charge me for. I can't prove that I had it. With a bludgeon. That might be fun to use. Could serve as Seeks. And use a bludgeon instead. That's quite a different weapon type. Maybe not. Okay, let's have a beggar's tunic. The green tunic, because it's also stolen and I don't wanna like have too much stuff that I wear that's stolen. Alright, that's gonna work. Alrighty. Let's heck a bit.
The price.
Sure, why not?
Give me 28.
Is this enough?
Close. Drop the price a bit more and we'll shake on it.
Sure.
I'll go for that.
Okay, let me quickly check again in the codex tutorials here for being wanted. Character stats. Okay, not here. Crime and reputation. So all infringements of a law are punished and the severity of the punishment fits the crime. Theft will land you a fine and confiscation of the loot, while a killing will incur a much severer penalty. The nature of the penalty is shown by the icon next to the compass at the top of the screen. If someone sees you committing a crime but you don't get caught, you're still not in the clear. Witnesses will remember you, and if you return to the scene of a crime, there's a strong chance the guards will still be on the lookout for you and will continue to pursue you. Ah, right. So as long as that appears, it's basically still the radius in which I am wanted and where I have to, you know, pay money. But to be honest, we made more money out of, you know, the thieving process than we will lose upon paying, because the paying is usually like 60 groschen, I think. So which still be fine, I guess. Not ideal, but still a better outcome overall.
Look at the state you're in.
The state I'm in? Okay, how about I wash myself first? Now, am I better? I've brought you something.
I've brought you something.
The dagger? I need that dagger. Unless it's another one? I thought I could maybe like give her a rose or something. Or like a plant that I picked.
Fancy doing something again?
I'd love to, Henry, but not just now. Come and see me in a couple of days.
You've got to let a girl catch her breath now and then.
Okay, so that's just a quest I have to wait for. Fair enough. Okay, let's go back to Red Hay and see if that, you know, loot icon is still appearing or not. That, you know, like, having a fine item. Do I know you? I've never seen you before. What stolen items? I don't have anything on me. Henry looks so enthusiastic there. He was really fancying doing something with her. You just peeked for an insult at her, it's not enabled. Oh yeah, I did disable them at the start of the stream. But it should be re-enabled.
Surrender. You've committed a crime and I'm arresting you.
I'm surrendering. You
got you at last.
Stop attacking me.
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. I've got you for thieving and other things too. Don't waste your breath denying it.
Well, you won't forget this in a hurry, because it'll take a nice pile of coin to fix it.
What's going on there?
What? 225? Are you shitting me? Why so much? Now I bet he still has a better fighting stat here, but it's worth a try. It's like my highest stat. Then again, I wouldn't expect guards to have like the highest speech stat, but a pretty strong fighting stat. So not sure if +2 is like enough to favor Don't Mess With Me over I've Been Given a Secret Task, but that hasn't worked the last couple of times either. Why so much? That's fucking annoying.
Enough! What impertinence is this? Do you really want me to lose my temper?
If that's how you want it, you idiot, I'm certainly not afraid of you.
Well, that didn't work. Yeah, fucking hell, I just have to pay, right? Because if I'm fleeing, you know, I still have to go to Rete, and they're not gonna take a liking to me there, so... I don't really see fleeing as a valid option here. I could just maybe... I mean, is there an option to go into prison and not paying?
I can't pay that.
You'll still have to pay the penalty. Looks like you'll have to sit it out in jail.
I mean, I don't care with being in prison really, right? Because we don't have any like stolen goods on us really. And taking that instead of like losing 225, I think, yeah. No worries, Dr. Darling. Hope the rest of work goes well. Leggett. Yeah, not sure that's gonna be too good. It's way too close to Rete, the city. Where you have to, you know, spend a considerable amount of time helping the folks. Yeah, Oliver. We definitely like to be close to each other.
Jail it is then.
Just the accommodation for you. Get moving. Give me all the things you stole so I can return them to their rightful owners.
So that's why I sold them, right? Because... damn, 3 days? Holy shit.
I wonder what Teresa's doing now. I could...
Okay, didn't expect 3 days, holy shit. But there was a lot of money. Oh shit, my dog ran off. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I couldn't really take care of a dog for 3 days. So we have to wait until he decides to come back. Well, that's something I didn't really think about. I thought I could at least, you know, give a dog back in that meantime to Theresa. But there we are. But yeah, the dog will hopefully return. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm called Crooked for a reason, Oliver.
Oh, God damn it, my stomach hurts.
Didn't they give you anything to eat? Okay, so the hair meat is bad. We're gonna drop that. 65? Holy shit. Maybe I can still sell it. Let's have some dried meat then. That's at least still good. But it's still kind of funny that I did sell all the stolen goods, so they never retrieved anything from me. So it's not the worst outcome except for the dog running off. That's of course kind of unfortunate. But I'm sure he's gonna come back. I mean, I've been treating him pretty good otherwise. So right now it's what time of the day? Well, still quite early, so I'm probably gonna wait there. Let's see if maybe now I have a good opportunity to steal the 50 groschen of the guard. Maybe he's sleeping and that makes it easier to steal. Okay. A lockpick to get in here. And he really is inside the building, isn't he? Tricky. Especially since there's so many people that could potentially see me here.
Hey!
Oh, what the fuck, man? Like, everyone is seeing me or what? Gotta be shitting me. I feel like the AI is way too... Like, it's not even smart, it's just like see everything sometimes. Like, even so far that they see you through walls, or I guess they just hear you. But then they do this, you know, like, have like complete fucked up pathfinding. It's really... it's really weird. Like, they're really, you know, smart, I guess, or smartly programmed in one way and then super stupid in others. But yeah, it feels like they all have equal vision or something. Okay, I mean, I reckon, you know, all of these quests are not just gonna disappear, and for a lot of them I still have to wait. Just gonna go and grab my horse now. I'm just gonna return for some of these quests. In case one of them fails, we can just like have a save here and reload if that's the case, but I think we should be fine. So that's
Youth is a state of mind.
Youth is a state of mind. I'm sure it is hilarious. No, must have been the wind comments in the game, it seems. We'll wait until Rod plays Ghost of Tsushima again. Pebbles, so that's the horse. So my horse has a speed of 28, capacity of 172, courage of 8, and stamina of 210. Oh yeah, our own horse. Follow the men to Neuhof. Good old Hilarus, or good old Tomato as Bai calls him. That's true. That's a funny relationship between Bayek and Hilarus. Ah, there's like a horseshoe symbol or something. Is it like my horse is already like needing a horseshoe job? After like 500 meters. Ah, nice. I can actually pull out my sword, which is still really bloody at this point. I can even stab from a horse. Oh, my dog actually came back already. Oh, that was quick. But yeah, I mean, I've been treating Mudge really well, you know, before I had to leave for prison, so it would really surprise me if it just ran off for like so many days. High maintenance horse? Yeah. I'd rather like walk by foot if that's how fast the horseshoes have to be changed. Indeed. Yeah, we have a doggo in this playthrough. Hello there, Grumpy. Welcome in. Yeah, so this is my first time playing the game. Never played it before. And we're still quite early into it as well. Even though this is stream number 6, but I've been just really taking my time with it. But yeah, it's pretty decent. I definitely recommend checking it out if it's for you. With €3, you definitely can't do anything wrong. Guten Tag. Wie geht's? Wie steht's? Okay, so I assume the guys are in here. I'm not using any mods, just playing the vanilla version here. Of this one. Okay, so these guys I can just pickpocket here. Jesus. What happened?
Smell. The stud farm owner. I saw him in Skalitz a few times. His poor widow.
Ask.
I can come back later if you...
No. I saw you came with the soldiers, and the sooner you know everything, the sooner you'll catch those savages.
I won't be playing Kingdom Come 2 directly after this. I might play it in the future, because I can see it, you know, being a game that I will enjoy. But I don't want to play them back to back. And I also didn't really plan on playing the second either. And the other thing is, for the Historical Order run, you know, they're quite big projects and they only cover like 1 year as well. So I feel like this game already covers like the essence of, you know, this particular time quite well. But I don't think I need the second game, you know, to show that further. So yeah, I will probably play it in the future. But I don't plan on playing it as part of the Historical Order run. What creature did this? Maybe a creature from The Witcher 3. A monster. Yeah, exactly. Witcher sense is on. And this game definitely reminds me in many ways of The Witcher. But also makes sense because The Witcher, you know, like for example, when you go for Witcher 3 and you look at the architecture and, you know, the armors and stuff, it's definitely very much inspired by the late medieval ages. And I mean, you know, the Witcher universe, at least where Geralt is like in Velen and stuff, it's very much also inspired by Eastern Europe, as far as I'm aware. So there's like many similarities, I feel. Except, of course, of the whole, like, the one being like fantasy and the other being, you know, fully historic. Must have been a Bruxer. They're savages.
I'm sorry to trouble you, man, but could you tell me about the raid?
The noise woke us up, me and Smill. We thought the horses were restless, or maybe some drunk had staggered here from the inn.
Go on.
My husband went out to see what was going on. Then I just heard loud voices and screaming. It's so stupid. It didn't even occur to me at first that something could have happened to Smill. I didn't find out until the morning.
Yeah, not directly, but, you know, at some point I would probably love to play it. But they have a quite big games as well, you know, like with this game, you know, it's my 6th session and I've barely done any main story missions. So I can only imagine how long I'm gonna be on this one. And the second is gonna be even larger. But yeah, you know, it's also like definitely the factor of it's like very freshly released and I don't want to pay that much money for, you know, a game right now. You know, at least like a game where I'm not too sure yet if I'm gonna enjoy it quite as much. And yeah, that way, you know, you can also wait. And who knows, maybe by that point, you know, there's more content released and the game is in really good state. I don't know much about any controversies around Kingdom Come 2. But yeah, I would definitely love to check it out at some point.
Did you recognize any of the voices you heard?
No, but they spoke Czech, cursing like demons, even at each other.
At each other? They quarreled?
Yes. Something must have happened.
And where did you hear this noise?
Everywhere. It was chaos. I don't even know how many of them there were.
I mean at the very start. Do you remember where you heard the noise come from then?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Did you get a look at them? There's one man, huge and dressed all in black. Did you see him?
No, I didn't.
Maybe it was after that happened. Hold on, let me just go away for a couple hours and I'm gonna check. Hello, Vaave. Welcome in. And good day. Hope you're having a good day so far. Another game you played set around this area in Europe around this time, sort of, is Pentiment. It's pretty good. Played it on the Game Pass free trial. Dude, I love Pentiment. It's a game I plan on playing as well. It's gonna happen after the Ezio games because it's set, or at least it starts in like the 1520s or so, I think. So still like another 100 years or so from this game. But yeah, Pentiment is great. The way they recreated that historical setting and the story itself, the writing, you know, it's so good. It's actually from the developers behind Fallout New Vegas, isn't it? Kinda forgot how they were called, the studio. Let me see. Ah yeah, Obsidian. Yeah. They also done the Outer Worlds, haven't they? And the Outer Worlds writing I really didn't like all that much. So it was really weird to me how much more I enjoyed Pentiment when it came to like choices and, you know, writing and character building, all that. like a totally different beast to me, to be honest. At least when I compare it to like the Outer Worlds or something. Day's been shit, very tiring, you're basically dead. Oh, sorry to hear, Ave. That really sucks. But, you know, hopefully you can relax for the rest of the day a bit and kind of like recharge. I definitely feel that though. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say my days have been shit the past 2 days, like Monday and Tuesday, but they've definitely been really full and I've been pretty exhausted. So it's kind of like nice having a day today where I can just, you know, take it easier. Thank you, dude. Yeah, the game and the stream has been going well. We finally received our horse. So that's gonna really help, you know, uncover the map a bit faster. Yeah, it's Obsidian Entertainment. Yeah, the choices definitely matter quite a bit. I also really like how you can choose to be having like certain backgrounds, you know, with a main character, you know, like for example, if you're well traveled or if you speak certain languages, you know, and how that also impacts what you can do in the game. You do have a cure for this, kinda tired. Swedish candy, oh baby. Sugar was needed as well. And I mean, Swedish candy is really good as well, from at least what I had. Like I tried a couple different varieties when a couple of times I was there as a kid and teenager. Nice. Went from that emote to the chef's kiss, Ezio. Hell yeah. But that's true, that can definitely help, you know. Kind of like treat yourself a bit.
Who should I question about the raid? Did anyone here see anything?
Ginger was sleeping in the stable. He might have seen something. Jakob, the old stable boy. He even fought with them. From what I've heard, Mark was the first one to wake. It might be a good idea to talk to him. I don't know of anyone else. God bless.
Oh, Karate Tourney started again. Did it?
God above. Who could do such a terrible thing?
Oh, Captain Bernard.
Where have you been? All that bold talk and then you disappear? That's not the kind of man I need.
But
We waited for you while people here suffered, damn it. We could have caught the ones who did it, and because of you, they've run off.
Because I...
Silence! I don't want to hear it.
The
I haven't
fuck?
made the best start with it. But maybe I can still be of some help.
I wonder if it was bound to happen or was really because of the days spent in prison that we fucked up. It would really be good if the game told you like what quests are time sensitive, you know, because I had no fucking idea that that was something I had to consider. Like if this could have been prevented if I just went there directly. It's just like it's my first playthrough, you know. I don't know if taking the horse and going there unlocks like a new chapter of the main story and I, you know, kind of like lose access to other side quests. So I was like, okay, you know, let me just, you know, catch up on some stuff. So I thought I had the time, you know. Yeah, no worries, Ava. Thank you for the lurk and catch you later. They say sugar's like cocaine, but I guess you never had candy with that quality. That just reminded me of Breaking Bad. You know, in that show, of course, Walter White, he cooks methamphetamine. And the method he's using is making it blue. And because that show is so popular, they now have like candy stores where they sell candy that looks exactly like the meth. It's kind of funny because in that show, whenever they showed them making it, it was actually candy, you know. But yeah, it's not like kind of like a fun article, I guess, if they saw. Even out of Albuquerque and stuff. What's wrong with you, man? What's the matter with you? Exactly, Oliver. Why do you have to ruin everything? Listen, as far as you know, if you think this is scripted, it happened to you anyway, and you don't think you did anything in between. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, they didn't even wait for me either, right? So I'm not sure what the point was then. If I already went here without me, you know, it's not like I would have made the difference. So, yeah, I mean, I kind of hope this is scripted and that it wasn't my own doing. But it would make sense, you know, because there wasn't really any indication that it was that time sensitive. So better to stuff when you stumble upon it. Yeah, I guess that's a good approach to open world games in general, you know, just like go places and if you come across interesting activities, check it out. But yeah, given that I didn't know if the next main story was like a cutoff point, I at least, you know, wanted to try to catch up on some side stuff. Yeah, Oliver. The new candy on the block. Yeah, Grumpy. The blue stuff. Have you ever tried it? But yeah, I mean, to be fair, sugar is definitely a drug. And many people are kind of like addicted to it. Of course, there's much worse things to be addicted to, but definitely many things in everyday life that, you know, we're kind of like so used to having. And sugar is also highly addictive, right? But yeah, I mean, I definitely also love sweetness, you know, and like sugar in certain products. I'm definitely not a sweet tootho, like I can't eat sweets and like sweet stuff all the time. Gotta choose between the red or blue candy. Matrix style. The word events go on even if you don't be there at the time. So there's definitely quests that are time sensitive. For example, just now we had the Red Tay tournament starting. And this one, you know, it happens again and again, but there's also a cutoff point, and then you have to wait a couple more days until you get to try again. So it definitely seems like there's, you know, quests that are time dependent.
Where have you been? While you were gone, we found a dead brigand in the woods. The others are probably long gone by now.
Did you learn anything?
No, he was already dead. Go and take a look if you want. One of my men is still standing guard, just to be sure.
Where is he exactly?
A bit north of Neuhoff in the woods. You can't miss it.
Thank you. I'll go and take a look.
May the Lord watch over you.
Lost reputation as well for that. Fuck's sake.
This one got it in the back. And there's more of them over by the main stables.
How could anyone be so cruel? Poor wretch. He must have crawled here. If it was the horses they were after, there'll be even more of them by the main stables.
Are you alright, Matt? You're walking underwater. He's a sea dog now. Jesus, poor horse.
Are you well?
Leave me alone. Go away.
But there's no need to be afraid. With your help, I'll find those bastards and then I'll make them pay.
They deserve it. What do you need to know?
What actually happened here?
They killed the animals and... Why did they kill them?
Yeah, the doggo was like, it's a really hot day. I'm just gonna go for a quick swim. Quick cool down.
Think carefully now. How did it all start?
We heard the animals, their shrieks, then Smill. He shouted, and they murdered him.
You're certain it was the animals first, and then Smill? Not the other way round?
I'm certain. I'd never heard a sound like that before. Now I'll never forget it.
What happened after that?
We ran outside and it was chaos. Animals were dying, the stables were burning, and those demons everywhere.
The stables were already burning. Didn't that happen after they fled?
No, it was to set the blaze when they arrived.
Did they take anything?
No.
You said they were demons?
No, just vermin. Worthless human vermin.
How many of them were there?
Not many. There were just a few that came after us, but more round the back. I heard them yelling at each other.
So they were yelling because of all the noise?
No, something happened. They quarrelled.
In the back? Where?
Towards the woods. To the north. They were trying to get away.
Where? Where did they run to?
To the north. Into the woods.
Did you see a big man among them, dressed all in black?
That cutthroat, that devil! I never want to see him again.
So he was here? That bloodthirsty beast. So some of them were running away and the others were fighting?
Aye. For a time. Then more of us came out and we fought back, so the others fled as well.
Thanks. That's all I needed to ask.
May the Lord watch over you.
How could anyone be so cruel?
Nice hat. Looking like Jin.
What did you ever do to anyone?
See what they did here? Kill them! Find those whoresons and kill them!
What? Who's there? Easy. I just came to ask...
I don't know anything.
Are you hurt?
No, nothing. Not a scratch.
That's suspicious. He doesn't know anything, and he didn't get hurt.
What did you ever do to anyone?
What really happened here?
I don't know. Someone attacked. I don't know who.
You didn't happen to hear where they came from?
No, I didn't see a thing.
Oh, what did you do then? Not to see a thing about the whole massacre happening here.
Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything.
Fuck, why?
Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything.
Tracks. Someone fled to the north.
Hold on. I mean, I definitely went here. I don't really see any blood tracks from here on anymore. Okay, over here.
They went deeper and deeper, for sure.
Okay, what are my stats saying? My nourishment is still fine, but my energy level isn't the highest. I think it's still gonna be good for now, but shouldn't be here for too long. Okay, so that's a bandit. It's kind of weird I can't talk to this guard about it. I had to search a bandit, okay. I wasn't sure if I could, because, you know, sometimes the guards would be like, well, you can't steal from that, that's mine. Or something like that. But we can go ahead and search a bandit then. But that's why I found it weird that I couldn't even talk to, you know, the guard standing there. Alright, I'm gonna go and actually have a save here, and we're gonna investigate the bandit after I take a break. And yeah, then we're gonna carry on with a bit of a main story here. But yeah, I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. Alright, we are back. And the game is muted somehow. Huh? What up? Let me check. I didn't mute the game at least. Yeah? It isn't muted. I was about to say, like, when are we getting our first major bug in the game? But it seems to be fine now. Thank you, Oliver, for welcome back. And welcome back as well to you. Hello, Dr. Darling. Welcome back. Back home and I'm on a break. You think it's premeditated every time? It's the same when Arvid joins the stream and I just have to like end the stream or go on a break either. It's all part of a plan. Okay, here's a bloody hoof pick.
Oh, it's a hoof pick. Someone in Neuhof must know more about it.
Alrighty, let's go back. What do I have to explore more here? I think we're good for now. Let's go back to Neuhof and investigate the hoof pick. It's the law of nature. That's it. Parkour.
Do you know whose hoof pick this is?
Ginger's. He was always bragging about it. Why do you ask?
Oh, that's a surprise.
I'm just trying to get the story straight.
But you won't find Ginger here anymore. He left.
That's also very surprising. Given that Ginger is the one who claimed that he didn't know anything and didn't see anything either. Mad moves, indeed. The voting. Almost as good parkour moves as in the show The Office. Just almost.
And you don't know where Ginger could have gone?
Dunno. Ask Jakob. May the Lord watch over you.
Another useless soldier coming to ask questions. You should have fucking been here last night.
I'm not a soldier. I'm one of the survivors from Skalitz.
Huh. I see, lad. Well then, what do you need to know?
Do you know anything about this hoof pick?
Yeah, it's Ginger's. He had it made in mate.
Did he say mate?
Any idea where I might find this ginger?
Well, that's the thing. He packed up and left.
What?
Look, I know how he looks. But Ginger is a fine fellow. I don't believe he had anything to do with the attack.
Right, Lucinda, like, how does he know? Maybe it's like programmed like the guards and they just know everything about you all the time. Like an open book, quite literally to them. Oh, mate tea. Do you like mate tea, Oliver?
I make my own luck.
Welcome back, Ave. I make my own luck. Liam?
Where could he have fled to?
I might know. But you gotta promise me one thing. When you find him, listen to what he has to say before judging.
You have my word.
Sometimes the charcoal burners come to see him. He gets on well with them. I think that's where he's gone.
And where is that?
No idea. They've always kept to themselves, you know, charcoal burners.
But the forest is full of folk like that. They could be anywhere.
Aye, except these ones won't be far. If you follow the stream from the stud farm towards Ratte, you'll come across one of their camps. Only
what?
Ginger didn't go that way, though. He always went by the big road, through the woods in the direction of Ujits.
But how can I find them?
There's always smoke when they work. You'll smell them before you see them. And they need to be near water. There's that too.
So if I go through the woods along running water, I'll find them?
Exactly. Farewell.
You just know some random NPC in another town is gonna have some smartest remark about how you went there. They don't even know what happened. Yeah. It's kind of like funnily written sometimes. It's like, surely everyone knows our entire life story. But then I still can tell my life story to every NPC in the game. Like where we've been and what happened. You don't think you've had it actually? It's not that easily available, like proper mate tea. Because first you gotta have the actual like tea leaves, which are kinda special. And usually, like for example in Brazil where they drink it a lot, you also have to have like a very special kind of like yeah, teapot I guess, that also has like a straw in it, because you can't really drink it like that without a straw. And it kind of keep the leaves in the water the whole time, I think. It's also like pretty bitter. So I don't actually drink that, but in Germany we have like kind of like a mate tea lemonade sort of drink. Which combines kind of like the, you know, kind of like bitterness, I guess, of the mate tea with like the sweetness of a lemonade. So it's kind of like a very balanced drink. And that stuff is actually super delicious. And it's like very popular in Germany. It's only because there's like a really special connection between like some Germans and some Brazilians, and that came to be somehow. But it's not really that popular outside of Germany. So technically I drink like quite a bit of mate tea, but not in the traditional sense. But yeah, it's like my go-to lemonade if I have some. Because it's not quite as sweet as like others. It's actually quite refreshing. Almost has a bit of like a kind of beer-like taste, but not quite. That's me when someone tells you you're not skilled at pool and that it's all stupid luck. Yeah, the only place where I'm good at with pool is like when I play it digitally. But I'm not very good at billiard or pool either. You've had cheap knockoff matcha. Matcha I didn't actually have yet myself. But I wouldn't mind trying at some point. Did someone say beer? Is that Arctic? You've heard legends of a beer festival in Germany. Yeah, I mean, there's the Oktoberfest, of course, that many know about outside of Germany. It's not that big outside of like a very specific region in Bavaria. Or I mean, like, you know, it's pretty popular in the entire Bavaria. And definitely also celebrated outside of it, but like personally, I've never been to like an Oktoberfest, for instance. But there's certainly enough like festivals happening in Germany where, you know, tons of beer is consumed regardless. Like, Germans don't need a reason, you know, to drink beer, really. Or any reason is enough to, you know, justify having a beer. I mean, there's some workplaces, like in the office, where people drink beer. In Germany. At like noon. Oliver, for a split second you thought Arctic joined the chat. Not quite. But in spirit, when we talked about beer, he did. You have a pool table at your work place in the cafeteria, which makes for some fun lunches. I mean, that's pretty cool though. You have like, you know, something to play in the meantime. Also to give your brain something different to do. And your body. But yeah, that's pretty cool. We actually have a table tennis like build up at work. But I don't really go to the office that much. Imagine being at the hospital and diagnosing people with beer in your hand. Yeah, that probably wouldn't happen in Germany. The doctor actually having a beer on the job. I mean, who knows, maybe they do, like in secret. But yeah, like, you know, some like offices, they definitely have like some more liberal interpretation of like when it's appropriate to drink, I guess. That's true, Arthur. You know, he is here in the form of an emote. Yeah, I love table tennis actually. I did also used to play it a lot, like as a teenager. I even went to like a club for like a year or so. But I like the more casual table tennis playing. I think it's a really cool sport actually, like very fun. And I love the amount of like technique you can have with, you know, a table tennis, like how do you say? Is it like a bet? I'm not sure. How you would call that? You would say Schläger. Which kind of like translates to bet. Yeah, same here, Arthur. We also had table tennis, you know, tables, like 2 of them, I think, at our high school. Unfortunately, they didn't have any kind of like they didn't provide anything for us, so we had to like bring our own, you know, means of playing. And if you didn't actually have like a proper like table tennis bat, then you would like take your thinnest school book or something, preferably hardcover. But like a book with a periodic table and like some other kind of like, you know, core things to know that was like really small and thin, but hardcover, so that was like perfect to play table tennis with. Good times. You once faced off against the head of a school in the city you live, and he's damn good at it. You've never played table tennis so intense before. He was a machine. I can bet. There's actually a channel I watch of like he's a journalist, like a sport journalist, I guess, for table tennis that eventually got into the sport himself. And I was like traveling the world and just, you know, challenging like some pro players, but also some like, you know, college kind of like upcoming pros, but also casuals. And it's super entertaining to watch, like the way they play. And he's like slowly but surely actually getting closer to like pro level. They're pretty entertaining watch. Maybe I should have taken my horse here. And still go back to Neuhof and retrieve it. Was it like a way to call it? I can like call my dog, I guess. I can like tap. Ah, cool. I can tap Y once and then we can get our horse pebbles. Nice. Hello there, Mitch. Welcome in, dude. And good day. How's it going? This guy again. Lucinda, while your day was going well, you just found out your coworker is putting in his 2-week notice today and is taking another job. Ah. That really sucks, Lucinda. I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, I know that you mentioned that a bit ago that there was a possibility of your coworker potentially leaving. So I guess they really did take the other job then. Yeah, that really sucks, especially because that role will not be refitted, right? Like there won't be someone like replacing the coworker like anytime soon. Yeah, hopefully you can, you know, still use the 2 weeks to kind of like get a bit of a head start on things. You like the map, Ave? Same here. I really love the art style of it. And, you know, also the way the kind of like clouds look. And you can also tell that, you know, the clouds at the very top, the kind of like darker ones, have like a different layer than the ones underneath. So if you kind of like scroll, they kind of like move at different speeds, I guess, which makes also like, gives it kind of like a depth, I guess. But yeah, also the art style of the time. It does remind me a lot of Pentamon's art style, the map. Which is another historical game that's quite close to this. We talked about it earlier by Obsidian Entertainment. Which I'm also going to play. Only that the entire game is kind of like in that kind of art style. You're always here hiding in the shadows. It's the bat. We're glad you're finding out why you have emotional support streams to watch. Yeah, it definitely can help. You know, at least having like an outlet where you can, you know, talk about it. Also like get some stuff off your chest. Cheers, Mitch. Thank you for dropping by. And yeah, I hope you're doing well. As for me, I'm doing good. Been definitely a busy week so far, but today is pretty chill, so enjoying that, you know, with some Kingdom Come. Pretty good game so far. I really love how historically immersive it is. And yeah, definitely enjoying it. Still trying to replace the last co-worker that left 2 months ago. Yeah. Oh dear. I really hope that we're gonna find someone soon, you know, to at least have like another whole kind of like, you know, filled. Ah, okay. So might like actually lead to him, you know, having to leave immediately. That'd be really unfortunate as well. Yeah, Oliver, I guess the other job was more attractive. Just really unfortunate when, you know, it can't be like the additional work is like then put onto the remaining workers. That stuff really sucks. Ah, does it, Ave? That's interesting. Yeah, now that you mention it, I never actually had to look at the proper UI of Black Myth Wukong. Like, I never had to look at the map, I don't think. Usually whenever I watched the stream, they were just like doing boss battles and stuff. But that's another game I wouldn't mind playing too at some point. It's the fucking bad. I did hear, Dr. Darling. So you finished AC Shadows with 91 hours. That's alright, I guess. Did you do 100%? Or did you just, you know, did whatever content you fancied?
Damn, man, look at that, look!
But yeah, that's definitely not nearly as bad as Valhalla. I mean, my first playthrough with Valhalla, I spent well over 200 hours. So that's just definitely good that they go into like, you know, smaller scaled games again. And I mean, 91 hours isn't like that small scale either. That's like pretty much Origin's length in terms of like doing everything. Oh, that's alright, Lucinda. No worries about that. You can definitely share that anytime. Ah, very cool, Amita. So how are you liking Arkham City then? It's definitely quite a bit different to Asylum, isn't it? I definitely liked it. You know, having like also the liberty of like doing whatever content you wanted to. The more like a open world feel of it. So this game is taking place in Bohemia, Mitch, which is roughly today's Czech Republic. So like Eastern Europe. But yeah, it's entirely set in Bohemia. But yeah, I love that art style as well. It's really cool. I've recreated, you know, also the kind of particular medieval painting style too. Hello there, Max. Welcome in, dude. Long time no see. How are you doing? You got all the achievements, did all the assassinations that were optional? Hell yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. That sounds like a good length for me, you know? That means that you can probably finish the main story in like half a time easily. I mean, Valhalla, you had like 50 hours. You could probably finish between 50 to 60 hours the main story in Valhalla. So I would expect Shadows to be maybe like 40 hours max. or main story only. Black Myth Wukong is great, but you think you would recommend Lies of P before that game, mainly because, you know, you play Bloodborne, which Lies of P is similar to in some ways. That's true. Also reminded me a bit of that new Duskblood game that From Software has announced for the Switch 2. Only that one is going to be not single player, right? But yeah, like in terms of like giving a similar vibe at times. Yeah, I mean the next Souls-like game that I will play will probably be Elden Ring. Because that's the one that was redeemed by Dr. Darling. And yeah, I wanna, you know, eventually get to some more of the viewer pick games. So that will probably be the next Souls-like game I will play. But yeah, I mean, I would also have to get to Black Myth Wukong and Lies of P. I would also have to play Demon's Souls, the remake. But yeah, there's only so much time one has, right? And right now I'm definitely focusing a bit more on the historical autorun because of limited stream days and time, and you know, some games of course are also longer, so having like 2 games at the same time can mean I progress even slower. So yeah, that also means it's gonna take a longer time for me to actually get to those games. I see, Dr. Darling. But still, you know, that's still a very in-depth run, especially if you went for all the achievements on top. I'm not sure yet if I take it that in-depth, you know, where I have to depend whether or not I really enjoy the gameplay side of things. But it looks to be pretty, you know, decent and fun. That's true, Amita. There's definitely more content, like also with some of the, you know, challenges in the game. Whereas Asylum was like a lot more linear in comparison. Yeah, Ave. Like that Queen song. Very nice, Max. That's great to hear. Glad you're doing well. And yeah, I hope work on university is going good. As for me, I'm definitely doing well too. We've been starting a big project here on stream, like about a year ago. Similar to what I've been doing with Assassin's Creed, I guess, you know, where I played through the games in historical order. We take it like a notch further and we play through like a bunch of different games, like it's about 50 historical games that I put in order and we're gonna play like back to back pretty much. And yeah, we started like with the evolution of the humans, I guess, in 10 million BC with ancestors. And yeah, worked our way now to the late medieval ages. Next up after this game is gonna be AC2. Gonna go and visit our boy Ezio Auditore da Firenze. Indeed, Elden Ring. I'm looking quite forward to that game. But yeah, it's gonna be another long project, so something I have to like definitely, you know, be able to give enough time to. Caught in a landslide. Yeah, that song, you just hear one line, or you just read one line and you hear the entire song pretty much, isn't it? Just goes to show how iconic that song kinda is. No worries, Amita. Thank you for being here and for joining. Really appreciate the lurk too. And yeah, I hope you have a good stream if you decide to do one. Let me also give you a shout out. So for anyone that hasn't checked out Amita's channel yet, he's currently doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. He's playing it for the first time ever. And he's also been playing games like The Witcher. He's been doing the first game, the Enhanced Edition. And yeah, is a big fan of that universe too, with Witcher 3 being one of his favorite games of all time. Yeah, he's also been getting into some of the Rockstar games. He's been doing a playthrough of Red Dead 1 for the first time too. And he also recently caught up with the Grand Theft Auto series, playing both 4 and 5. So some great games to catch over there, and really entertaining streamer too. Yeah, only has like 220 bosses. Easy. So how many of the 220 bosses are actually required in Elden Ring? And that's a very similar for the shout out. Definitely take care, and yeah, catch you soon. It's maybe 10 to 15. Damn. I definitely thought it would be much, much more than that. So how many bosses in Elden Ring are required to beat the game? Was kind of like my question. Since Dr. Darling mentioned that there's like 220 bosses total or so. Just by that number, I thought it was maybe like, 50. Like a quarter of the bosses total. But yeah, I mean 10 to 15, that's not too bad actually.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Could you help me?
Depends what you want, doesn't it?
I'm looking for Ginger, a stable boy from Neuhof. They say he ran away and joined up with some charcoal burners he used to hang around with sometimes.
Sorry, there's never been a lad called Ginger around here. You have to try somewhere else.
But you will get one-shotted by every boss if you don't do any optional ones. Well, I guess you should try not to get hit then. Just do it Altair style. Never get hit once. Hit this run and you never need to do any optional bosses. Totally easy, right? Especially for a first playthrough.
A murder's been committed at Neuhof, and that boy likely knows who did it. It's vital I find him.
There's been murder aplenty in these parts of late, but that Ginger lad really hasn't been here.
There'll be a lot less murdering going on once I bring those bastards to justice, so how about helping me out?
Calm down, lad, for the love of God. There's been no one like the boy you want round here, but then again, there are other charcoal burners. Try them. You might want to hurry. You're not the first to be asking about him. And the others weren't exactly a noble-looking bunch, although they were generous with their silver.
They didn't happen to say what they wanted him for?
No, but they definitely didn't look like they wanted to invite him to a feast.
Yeah, just get good, Easy as that. The classic Souls-like advice. You got around 30 hours into this game and stopped playing because you kept getting your ass beat in some boss level. Yeah, I can imagine it being like a bit of a hindrance if your stats are not high enough. I remember very early in the game there was like a fist fight that I participated in, and I did pretty well. Like I definitely hit the enemy much more than he did hit me. But I didn't even get into like half health before I went down. And then I tried a couple hours later and I just beat his ass easy. So it really seems like quite dependent, maybe also like on how good and proficient you are in certain like combat stats. I know there's definitely a lot of grinding involved, so gonna be interesting to see how I'm gonna do later in the game. But it seems like the combat in general is definitely a bit of an off-putting factor for many people trying out the game. And I can understand why. You know, it's not quite as intuitive as other combat systems out there. But I can see the appeal to it as well. Like the more time you spend with it. No worries, Ave. Catch you later. Yeah, I'll probably go for maybe another hour or so. So if I don't catch you later, then I hope you have a good rest of the evening. I hope you get to chillax for a bit as well. And yeah, catch you next time. That's really annoying as well, Max, when you can't even, you know, back out further than that. You know, at least you should like be able to load back before the boss fight starts. This is kind of like hard locking you into the boss fight. Jesus. I don't blame you for dropping the game then. At that point, I wouldn't even like mind resorting to like an exploit or something just to get past it, because that's just, you know, bullshit. Or the game is requiring you to like grind and you can't even do that.
Do you have any idea where else he could have gone?
You said he was friends with the charcoal burners? Well, you'll definitely find some in the forest between Neuhof and Ujetz. There's good spots around there.
But that forest is huge. I could spend weeks searching.
Then follow the river. That's how you found us, isn't it? Where there's charcoal burners, there's always water nearby.
That's good to know.
All right, I'll go and ask somewhere else.
May the Lord watch over you.
Ah ja. Das wäre further on the north here. Let's go back there then. Still haven't beaten him. That's really annoying when, you know, something like that prevents you from playing a game further. I remember when Demise played this game. It was definitely a fun watch. The amount of times that Henry said I feel quite hungry. Speaking of which, my nourishment is at 69. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true, yeah. Had like a recurring appearance, that quote. Horsey. Okay, we kind of rode into water here, I guess. Our horse just stuck. Okay. Can I actually jump with a horse? Yeah, I can. Let's see if I can jump here. Nice. That works. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely still a moderator on my channel. But, like, he's not, you know, around all the time or anything like that. He's also not streaming anymore, at least for now. He's been having, like, some really bad internet issues, which prevented him from streaming, and then, yeah, he didn't, like, return to it. There was like any Twitch server that he tried, just like everything was giving him issues. horse parkour. Ah, new level in horsemanship. Oh yeah. Right, so we gotta get to at least level 4 in horsemanship before we get the ability to get one of these skills here. That's cool. Also wonder, now that we have, yeah, right, there's like a move to horse function. So if I'm like overloaded, that would be a good way to transfer some stuff over. Like the long distance arrows, I don't need them on me right now. Not like they weigh that much, but still. Just gonna move all the armor over that I don't need right now. Okay. Damn, Max. Thank you for following for 4 years and 7 months. Jesus. That's a long ass time. And for watching for 350 hours. Rookie numbers for you. 87 hours. That's definitely also a good amount. Thank you so much also, Oliver, for tuning in. Yeah, I mean, the first time that you joined the stream was when I played Disco Elysium, wasn't it? Back when Silver was playing Valhalla. So that isn't actually like overly long ago either. Was I Max? That's really cool. Well, I feel honored. Henry is quite tired. Yeah, I should probably catch some shut-eye soon. It's at 42 my energy level right now. What the fuck? Why did Henry drop out of this? I want to move it to the horse. Are you shitting me? And now it's saying like steal. Ah, right, because it was technically stolen before I took it. I pressed the like move to horse button. The fuck? Imagine like someone spotting me taking back the stuff that I already stolen and then reporting me. So hold up. Move to horse, just like 1x. So now it's in there or what? Not sure if I can maybe not be on the horse while this happens. But now at least the sidekick tab flashes up whenever I move something over, so... Yeah, we're good now. Thank you for summoning the German, Dr. Darling. Must be barred from the other side, and then I have to find the 3 keys. Es muss von der anderen Seite verschlossen sein. Und jetzt muss ich auch noch 3 Schlüssel finden. Diese gottverdammten 3 Schlüssel. Jedes Mal. Und jedes Mal sind die Türen verschlossen. Und ich muss rumrennen und die wieder von der Außenseite öffnen. Was ein Scheiß. That was a bit of extra German for you. To put my feelings in German into how I feel about those barred doors from the other side. I was playing Curse of the Pharaohs in Nightmare difficulty. Ah, right. Yeah, I remember. What was really bad about that playthrough 2 was that I had really bad performance issues. Like my CPU was overheating and I had to reapply thermal paste and I didn't know. Like I didn't know what the issue was with my system at the time. And then I played the freaking Curse of the Pharaohs DLC on Nightmare difficulty and the boss fights. Like if you had any stutters and you could like somehow miss like an incoming attack, then it could have been like a one-hit death or something. So that was a fun one. When I had to get the shadow of Ramesses or whatever killed. And you like also have a time limit until he like disappears again. On top of like performance issues. Fun times. Ah yeah, I heard about Dark. I haven't seen it yet. But I heard good things about it. Did you like it? Did I say I can't play 200 more hours of DLC? Not quite. I was just like saying that I always have to run around and open the door again and always have to find 3 keys and that is kind of like shit and stuff. So mostly ranting about the barred doors in German. Was sprichst du? Das ist unglaublich. Unglaublich. Faszinierend. Das ist so unglaublich, ich glaub's einfach nicht. Okay, so the other charcoal burners are supposed to be next to the riverside, yeah? So we're just gonna have to find water. Jesus, Oliver. Please don't. Not the Gestapo. I can fuck right off. Not a particular big fan of those kind of guys. Ah yeah, the charcoal burners. With a growing demand for processed iron, there grew a corresponding demand for charcoal, which could produce a temperature many times higher than unprocessed wood, much needed for the forging of steel weapons. The forges were supplied by charcoal burners who spent most of the year living in the forest by the charcoal kilns, great piles of stacked wood covered in clay with just a few vents for air, where in an oxygen-starved atmosphere the wood slowly pyrolyzed to charcoal. Each pile would smolder and give off much smoke for several weeks, during which time it had to be delved through repeatedly. After it burned out completely, the yield for the process, charcoal, was unearthed from beneath the clay. The charcoal was then sold at a special market bearing that name, quite separate from traders and other goods. During the reign of Wenceslas IV, the charcoal burners already had numerous rights and freedoms regarding use of the forest, and were held in relatively high esteem. Resin was sold exclusively by wagoners and resin merchants, who themselves made pitch for greasing their wheels. The charcoal burners produced resin and pitch only as a sideline. The pitch merchants provided pitch to tanneries to impregnate leather and mix it with tallow to grease the exhaust and wheels on wagons and carriages. You used Google Translate for that. I mean, to be fair, Google Translate has been, getting pretty good. Like DeepL is like a pretty advanced translation website, but Google Translate sometimes is on par with it at this point. At least in regards to some languages. Like whenever, for instance, I have to translate something like on work from like French or Italian to like German, that can definitely help. Hello there, Serkat, welcome in. And good day. How's it going, dude? Hello there, Persimmon, welcome in. This is something you envy a lot, reading what's really going on with the user guides or codexes in games. You get bored so easily. Props to you, man. Well, thank you, Persimmon. I appreciate it. It could definitely be nice when you can, watch someone do this if you don't want to do it yourself either. If I wasn't streaming the games, then I definitely wouldn't do it as in-depth, But we're doing like a history focus playthrough with like a bunch of different historical games you play in timeline order. And whenever we have a game that has like a codex or, something to read about the history, then I want to cover it to kind of like highlight the history even more than the games themselves provide. So yeah, that's kind of like the main reason I take it that in-depth with this game as well. But there's been a lot to read in this game actually. Like we're still quite early into the game, but they throw like a lot of entries at you at the start, like dozens and dozens. Like at this point we have almost 70 general entries, and there's only like 100 in the game. But yeah, I always love, reading about this and getting a bit more insight into how people lived and, how society was structured, and kind of like getting more of a feel for the history, trying to see it less from, our perspective, but like with the eyes of someone who actually lived during that time. So these codexes and databases, they can really help in that regard. Verzeihen Sie mir, Milord, ich habe Ihre Motive falsch verstanden. Das ist schon okay, Oliver. Ich verzeihe dir. I didn't know you were a tenor, Serkat. Are you making some leather for your sails? Is it?
God be with you.
I'm searching for a stable boy from Neuhof. They call him Ginger.
Yeah, I know him right enough, but I don't know where he is now.
He's run away from the stud farm. I have to find him.
Well, he's definitely not here. Try the other charcoal burners camp downstream. Maybe he's there. May the Lord watch over you.
And this is really goose chase here. Jeez, what? How are they moving? Taking stamina? Well, they have just perfect pathfinding. And I have perfect high precision aim. That actually hit? It didn't. Okay, somewhere must be another charcoal burner here. Impregnating leather, I never heard of it. It's not really something I heard either. But I noticed with a couple like words or how they worded things that it didn't really seem like it was like exactly what they meant. I mean, I can imagine, you know, if the main stuff of a game is like Czech, that, you know, not being native English speakers, they might have like some words or like the way they, you know, said certain things that might come more from a Czech language than from a English perspective. I'm not too sure. I noticed that also, for example, you know, with like studios like Ubisoft Sofia, you know, not being like really native English speakers either, or having like lots of them on the team. And they also had like, you know, stuff like that where it didn't really seem like that was what they really meant. But who knows? Maybe impregnating leather is the actual term or like way of saying. I wouldn't really know. But I definitely also noticed like a bit of a unique use of language in this game. Yeah, how much further? Is it downstream? I'm gonna follow the river to the end, I guess. Oh wait, I went the wrong direction. I really thought because it was like also going like a bit downhill that surely this was like downstream direction. Maybe I should have actually had a look at the water flowing. My bad. You would have said being absorbed by the lava. Probably better wording. But there has been definitely moments while reading the codex entries where I was like stopping and being like, what did they just say? Not sure I understand. Yeah, we really can't keep going for much longer because my energy level is dropping quite a bit here. We're below 40 now. So definitely need to go to sleep soon. But yeah, I would still like to find the charcoal burner that actually knows anything about ginger. So these guys we talked to.
My respects to you.
Well, this one we didn't.
I'm searching for a stable boy from Neuhof. They call him Ginger.
I know him right enough, but I don't know where he is now.
He's run away from the stud farm. I have to find him.
Well, he's definitely not here. Try the other charcoal burners camp downstream. Maybe he's there. Good luck to you.
Almost every time you watch someone stream this, they're looking for Ginger. That's really funny. It's like Connor in AC3 looking for Chartsley. Or the dude in Red Dead 2 looking for Gavin. Ginger, where are you? Give me Ginger. I'm actually just talking about the vegetable. How difficult can it be to find Ginger in Bohemia? As it turns out, quite difficult. Exactly. Where has Shardsley? Where has Shardsley gone?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a nest. Now I have a bow. So I could maybe try shooting it down. I had an idea where it was exactly. Because I was kind of like going past it quite quickly. Is it like on the map? Oh yeah. It's over there. I mean, there's a couple nests here. Yeah, you guys are funny. It's like, which one? Yeah, no fucking idea. It's a mystery. Yeah. Not sure how many arrows I would have to sacrifice there before finding out which one the one is we're looking for. Okay, so this is the end of the search radius, which must mean I rode past the charcoal burner. No idea how I missed them. Because they're supposed to be right next to the water. Let's have a look on this side.
Good day to you. What do you need?
I'm looking for Ginger from Neuhof. Do you know anything about him?
I know him. What do you want of him?
There's a few questions I need to ask him.
Well, you'll have to go somewhere else to find him. He doesn't come here much.
How about some coin? Well, let's ask him first.
So where does he usually go if not here?
You think we're the only charcoal burners in these woods?
Probably not. But this is a big forest and I don't have time to look under every stone in it.
And you don't need to look under every stone. All you have to do is follow the river, and you might just run into another camp.
Just think about this. If I do find him here and you've been lying to me, I'll have you hauled off in chains and turned over to the executioner.
I understand, lad, but I can't help you because he's not here, and that's that.
But
I told you, he's not here. May the Lord watch over you.
I'm inclined to believe him.
God be with you.
I'm searching for a stable boy from Neuhof. They call him Ginger.
I know him right enough, but I don't know where he is now.
He's run away from the stud farm. I have to find him.
Well, he's definitely not here. Try the other charcoal burners camp downstream. Maybe he's there. Farewell.
Jesus, this quest. Yeah, no wonder that you always see people looking for Ginger second. Because it just keeps going on and on. Like now I can go back where I already was. That's helpful. But yeah, it's probably gonna be this camp where I just rode to. Okay, let's cover horse and make this one fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, horse.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, be praised. Persimmon, you're looking for rabbits and deer in one quest and it was pitch dark and you're using a bow. Oh shit. What's happening here? Don't even want to participate. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm in the fight apparently.
Yeah.
Hold up. Give me 1 second. Just want to escape this real quick because I don't want to get into any of that stuff involved. It's still after me, right? This is supposed to be the camp right here. Wait, I'm stuck. How difficult can it be to get back up here? Okay, out of combat. So you're looking for rabbits and deer in one quest and it was pitch dark and you were using a bow. When you hunted them and turned your torch on, you were literally face to face with a corpse, feet hanging by a tree. You were literally pissing your pants for a second. Jesus. There will be like a, you know, kind of like horror. Completely like, you know, all of a sudden getting scared moment. Like a jump scare of sorts.
That's a cute outfit. Did your husband give it to you?
But yeah, I don't blame you for being like scared out of your mind there.
Kiss my lordly feet.
I pass.
You damned fool!
So what, do we have to go further down the river? Played the Thief, it was scarier. Medieval times are scary, but the things they put to get it even scarier. Yeah, definitely not the best time to be alive, to be honest. Like, I would much rather be alive during, like, ancient times than in medieval times, I think, honestly. Like, some of the living conditions were much better. Depending, of course, you know, where you were and what your social status is, of course, but wouldn't particularly have wanted to live during the medieval times. Okay, I'm gonna keep on looking for ginger next time because I can't be bothered anymore for today. And we already did a decent amount of it. In between today's and the next stream, I might ride back actually to our home place and just catch some sleep so we can keep on, you know, searching the next stream without having to go back immediately. But yeah, we're gonna keep searching next time and continue then. Let's go ahead and have a save here. And yeah, let's quit. Let's have a look who's online as well, who we could rate today. we would all be slaves. Yeah, what I would be kind of scared of is just like having a sickness, like even a cold or something like this, you know, and that being sometimes enough to kill you. But also like, you know, charged mortality rates and all that type of stuff, and just like your living conditions, like what they also talk about in this game is in the cities, you know, they would like pour the excrements and all that type of stuff like on the streets, you know. Sometimes it didn't have like a better, you know, place. And the smell in the cities would have been so horrible at times. But also just so unsanitary, you know. Barely like any clean, you know, water sources sometimes. I would have to resort to like drinking beer because it was like much healthier or like, you know, not quite as dirty. And of course it had like a much lower alcohol percentage. It was more like liquid bread is what I called it. But still, you know, like living and surviving that time, probably not the easiest feat. Also like being in a feudal system, you know, as a peasant, have fun. You too, Persimmon, thank you for dropping by and for joining us. Same here, Max, good to see you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Ginger remains in the shadows this time. Yeah, we're gonna unveil the Ginger in the next one. You too, Doppeldoor, have a good one. Thank you for being here. Until next time, Dr. Darling, thank you also for being here and for the lurking as well. So, we are going to go and raid Amita, who's playing The Last of Us Part 1. He's doing his first playthrough of that game. Game that I also played quite recently actually. And really enjoyed. Has some great story moments. Feels very cinematic. And it's of course also the remake, I guess, if you will. So a bit more modern looking than the initial version. Indeed, Oliver. Catch you next time. Have a good one. And thank you all for being here. If you would like to join us for the raid, feel free to copy and paste these raid emotes. And I'm gonna be back on Friday with more of this. Tomorrow I won't really have time at all, but yeah, Friday should be good to go again for a decently long stream. And maybe we're gonna find Ginger by that stream. But yeah, until then, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.